feel like running.
Hannah, I will make you better.
Hmm.
That's a nice haul.
Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this.
Hannah, I will make you better.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
I will make you better.
Hmm.
That's a nice haul.
Hmm.
Hannah, I will make you better.
I feel like running.
I will make you better.
Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this. Hmm.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
Hmm.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
Hmm. I feel like running.
15, 16. nice haul.
Hmm.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Hannah, I will make you better.
Hmm.
Hannah, I will make you better.
I feel like running.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
Hmm.
15, 16.
Hey, there's something strange
That's a
over
nice
there.
haul.
Come on, let's take a look. Hmm.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
I feel like running.
15, 16. That's a nice haul.
Hmm. Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Hannah, I will make you better.
Hmm.
'Hannah, I will make you better.
Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this. I'll race you there! Bet you can't keep up with me! I'll race you there! I feel like running. Bet you can't keep up with me!
This place is known as the Pancration Ring. Sometimes we have criminals who have more energy than they know what to do with. Their daily work alone isn't enough of an outlet for them. So, instead of leaving them to their own devices, we've provided them with this dedicated venue. This way, nobody will get involved unless they want to be.
Pancration matches? And you can earn extra coupons? Oh, what do you think, traveler? Interested?
But I must warn you that your sentence will be extended if you fail to restrain yourself and end up seriously injuring or killing your opponent.
So, did you set this place up too?
No, actually. I just granted approval for the organizer to use this area to build the ring, and I collect a portion of the proceeds in return. Of course, the fees are also quite useful.
Oh. You mind if we ask what they're used for?
Sure. Ensuring personal safety, maintaining the arena, and resolving any conflicts that arise. Why? Are you interested in how to manage a pancration ring?
Oh, no. I'm always just wondering if that's how you paid for everyone's welfare meals.
A reasonable guess. I see you have a talent for entrepreneurship.
Oh, you hear that? Paimon has a talent! So we can start a business here?
That is something you can discuss between yourselves later. Let's move on for now.
De la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque. Voyagez par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo, Copenhague, Stockholm, Porto, Athènes, Marrakech, Valence, Palma, Farouk, Malaga, Nice, Bruxelles, Hambourg, China, Vienne, Brindisi, Biarritz, Ibiza, Minorque, Alicante, Heraklion, Corfou, Santé, Thessalonique, Kalamantan, Ardeca, Santorin, Cosme, Konos, Centralia, Olia, Djerba, Katan,
À voyager ce que vous en faites. Et quelle que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur suisse.com/Genève.
Your Grace. Good morning. I mean, good afternoon. No, wait, what time is it again?
What time indeed? Time waits for no one, so it's best to keep an eye on it.
Ah, my apologies, Your Grace.
Jeez, that guy's so nervous he almost forgot to breathe.
Sorry, forgive my manners.
These are the dormitories, which is where inmates sleep. The guards will inform you where your bunk is later. In the Fortress of Meripede, criminals usually spend most of their time in either the production zone or the sleeping areas.
The production zone? What does it produce? Is that where we'll be working?
Not necessarily. Though working in the production zone is the most reliable way to earn credit coupons. If you have other skills, you can skip your shifts to earn them in other ways.
Wow. Wait, you're the manager of this place, and you're just telling us to our faces that it's okay to skip work?
The fact that the Fortress of Meripede has continued operating completely autonomously is proof enough that most people are willing to work honestly and earn a stable income. As for what we produce, many of the clockwork machines seen all over Fontaine originate from our workshop. Therefore, the Fortress of Meripede is not only a place where criminals serve their sentences, but also a giant machine factory. There's no need for me to get into specifics about the production process now. You'll experience it all firsthand when you report for work tomorrow. Let's move on. The tour continues over this way.
Oh!
You really scared me there. I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace.
The only thing you should be seeing is the work in front of you. Stay focused and keep up the pace. Oh? Is something the matter?
It's nothing, but... Your Grace? What are you doing in the infirmary at a time like this?
Not yet, unfortunately for you. But thank you for your concern, Sijween.
Oh, then you must be here for those two.
Allow me to introduce you. This is the infirmary, and Sijween here is the Fortress of Meripede's head nurse.
Hello, new faces. They call me the head nurse, but I actually handle all the...
Since you seem to have some rare downtime with no patients, perhaps you could find the time to join us for dinner?
Oh, then these two must be some important convicts. Sure, I'll join the welcome party.
Thank you. Your presence will be the pied.
Oh, so the tour part is over now?
I believe I've already covered the primary aspects of life here in the fortress. As for your work, there'll be someone else to guide you through the... I seldom conduct tours, so why don't you just...
Well, this is our first time...
Then let's head back to the coupon cafeteria. Maybe a meal will help you think up some...
You should at least try to be excited. Our free meals are actually pretty good here. What do you think of the food? Does it meet your expectations? Wow! It looks delicious! Neverlet made it sound like living conditions in the Fortress of Meripede wasn't very good. Who would have guessed? Oh, isn't that the meal box that only super lucky people manage to draw? Seems like you two are quite fortunate.
It actually has nothing to do with luck in this case. I had a word with Walsey, so you didn't have to draw lots like ever.
Oh, you mean the meals? Yes. What you get to eat depends completely on your luck. You could say that it's a distasteful little game that Chef Walsey likes to play here, and I knew it! If criminals got to eat tasty food like this every meal, the crime rate in Fontaine would... Excuse me, did I hear you mention Nervulette just now? I've been wondering how he's doing. Is he busy with work? He seems healthy no matter how you look at him. But he works so hard on...
Sounds like he hasn't changed a bit. Looks like you can stop worrying so much, Sijuin.
Oh, that's good. But I still feel like it's been too long since I've heard any news about him.
No news is good news. Maybe next time I've got something to discuss with him, I can invite you to accompany us.
But isn't the Fortress of Meripede independent from Fontaine's court system? What do you two have to discuss?
Well, we provide all kinds of mechanical products for official use, and some essential goods have to be obtained from the overworld, so we naturally have to stay in touch about this and that. Monsieur Nervulette's character is unimpeachable. No matter the question, you can discuss it openly and freely with him. Talking with him feels quite effortless. In light of that, I am quite willing to go out of my way to show respect and accommodate him. In fact, right now, I'm treating you two as guests invited by Monsieur Nervulette. But unfortunately, I can only do so until the end of this meal. After this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, your new life awaits.
Grab yourself a welfare meal.
Traveler in Paimon, right? Listen up. As new inmates, the only thing you need to worry about is what to do and when to do it. Don't make any extra trouble for yourself. Your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! The days of staying home and reading detective stories are like a dream now. By the way, Traveler, we saw a lot of things worth investigating just now. Even though the Duke didn't say it too directly, judging from what he said at the end, it seems that he was only welcoming because we know Nervulette. We are criminals, and Paimon did eat that cake, but we're actually here to help Nervulette. Is it possible that he knows we're here on a mission? Or is Paimon overthinking things? Yeah, Paimon thinks so too. He probably knew why we came here from the very beginning and intentionally wanted to send us a message. Maybe something like, "Hey, I have my eyes on you, so don't try anything funny." Yeah, you're right. It's not like we can go back to Neuvillette empty-handed and say, "The dude looks scary, so we gave up." And besides, the Duke said that he was willing to go out of his way to show respect for Neuvillette, right? So, we at least need to try. But Paimon hasn't gotten a clue where we should start our investigation. You mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking too. Paimon almost spilled the beans when we ran into him. Fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like the Duke sees Linny as just another inmate. We worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and yet we turn around and bam! He's in prison anyway! Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it's a card! Paimon didn't notice it earlier. It looks like a magician's prop. Lenny must have left it here. He's in prison and still doing his little tricks, huh? Let Paimon have a look. It was nice to bump into you again. Let's catch up in the production zone tomorrow. What in the world? It's written like he's greeting a buddy on the street. Paimon thought he'd write something important. If you say so, we can ask him what's going on tomorrow. Let's get some rest now. Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a prisoner. Last night, Paimon dreamed about getting interrogated by the guards until Paimon told them everything, and then Paimon woke up. Hey, come on! It's just a dream, okay? Paimon wouldn't really squeal. Maybe.
Hey, lazy bones. What are you still doing here? If you don't want to starve, then get yourselves over to the production zone.
Sorry! We're going right away!
Super. Alors, comme un pigeon, et j'ai oublié d'activer mon micro. Ah non, c'est pas un pot de sauvegarde ici. Il y en a pas? Ah si, il y en a un. Oui, j'ai oublié d'activer mon micro. Super. En gros, je parlais dans le vide.
Ah, you must be the catch of the day. Looks like you've got some luck getting assigned this space.
Yep, we just arrived yesterday and...
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my instructions. I don't want any mishaps. Every machine here is worth more than the both of you. Working around these machines can be very dangerous. Do your job well, and you can eat in the cafeteria after your shift. Get sloppy, and you dine in the inferno. Anyway, the Fortress of Merope doesn't want to lose a single one of its machines. And it also doesn't want to waste the production potential of any inmate. You
Got it.
Your job is to use the machine over there to process widgets. Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets jammed, then give it a little maintenance with your fist. Here, take this. Bring me the process widgets, and I'll give you some credit coupons in
Ok.
So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. Once the widget is hot enough to glow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the hammer.
Attends. C'est quoi la consigne de merde? Ah, alors après, si c'est pour le forage, lancer le défi. D'accord. Ensuite, si la pièce se coince, vous devez attaquer la pièce redotée pour restaurer le fonctionnement. Ok, lorsque brille, vous devez sauter pour terminer le forage. D'accord.
Once the widget is hot enough to glow, jump to step on the pedal. So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. You got this! Great! Now we can report back.
J'ai compris, mais bon.
This one is tolerable. All right, I'll pass you for now. And we'll count up how much.
Paimon's exhausted. Even though he probably just finished up his work. Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. Doesn't seem to be...
Ok, il est là au secouillon.
Where could he be? Did he decide to slack off and sleep the day away?
Hey, over here.
Oh,
Oh, you scare so easily now? Is
you little... The only thing we're worried about was trying to find you.
sorry. Come over here and keep it down.
Oh, Lynette! You're here too! You two really...
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here.
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? I don't remember seeing him in the court of... Now hurry up and tell us. How did you end up as criminals this time? We fought so hard at court to prove you were innocent, but now it looks like our incredible...
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the Opera House incident to attract a big crowd.
And then...
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the entire audience
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice, having a...
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing cabinet. We just need to see how long it takes to discover them.
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself, I think the performance went
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely everything if you were angry. So I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, the House of the Hearth's interests don't conflict with yours at all. We were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and conduct an investigation.
Told you so. See? Paimon guessed right.
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard, but the fortress of Meropide hides it. Some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long time, but recently, all of our informants, including the ones that had infiltrated the guards, suddenly vanished. We believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's gnosis.
Huh? How did she manage to learn him?
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and we've never had the chance to see her.
It was this information that led us to suspect that
So it's all about the gnosis again.
Well, that's about it from our side. How about you two?
Bingo! The Knave has been applying a lot of pressure. She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to investigate. Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much.
Ouais, mais toi,
about
c'est quoi,
that.
elle a tout parlé.
She's just asking for a report on Master Child's predicament as a means of pressuring you. Father used this situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court of Fontaine. She actually just wants to be able to make...
Sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't. And a harbinger is...
Of course, it's not a complete farce. If we do manage to find out...
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel like we're the only ones who actually care about...
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes to what can be sacrificed. Even though we have different objectives, we're both here to investigate the fortress of Meropide. As you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but our highest priority remains resolving...
See, I told you.
Is that so? Sure enough...
Lenny seems to be thinking pretty hard about something.
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever since last we met. Or, I should say, we were really looking forward to teaming up with you.
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since we first met. I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I anticipated. All right then, there's no time to lose. Since Lynette and I arrived here, our investigation uncovered the fact that the fortress... Most people just clammed up and wouldn't. You should be aware of that while you...
A forbidden zone? Could that be where the child disappeared to?
You're good. That's the most suspicious thing about the fortress that we know of. Oh, look at the time. You two must be hungry. You should go to the coupon cafeteria and get something to eat.
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear!
Estomac sur pattes. Ah merde, ça va ici.
Oh, he wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Oh, no, forget about it then. We'll just dip, but life here doesn't seem all that...
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon for every fish who said that. Seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on this. If you take things at face value... I like your attitude. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause it. What they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what they pretend to be. The truth is, this place has...
Huh? Hidden?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not, once you break one, you might encounter something.
Really? Oh.
Of course. And I'd say that just disappearing would be one of the better options.
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules, then, in that case, would you tell us some hidden rules?
Come on, mate. This is
Paimon understands, but we don't have
Yeah, I know. Not like I'm going anywhere. Just come talk to me after you've... Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly caught. And completely out of your element. What'd be the point in even... I'm usually around the rag and bone shop.
New space.
He left. Just like that. Huh. Jeez. Yeah. It might be a good place to start an art, but like he said, we don't have any coupons and we're still not familiar with this place. There's no... we were so busy... So Paimon just confirmed with the guards that, but it seems like most of the other inmates choose to continue working through the afternoon to earn more credit coupons. Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to skip work in the morning and free up your time. They weren't kidding. Credit coupons really can be used to do anything here. will need to wake up and go to work in the morning. Without any credit coupons, it's not like we can really do anything else. Nighty-night, Traveler. Paimon hopes we can keep making progress on our investigation tomorrow.
De la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque. Voyagez par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo, Copenhague, Stockholm, Porto, Athènes, Lisbonne, Marrakech, Valence, Palma, Faro, Rhodes, Malaga, Nice, Bruxelles, Vienne, Brindisi, Biarritz, Ibiza, Minorque, Alicante, Heraclion, Corfou, Zante, Thessalonique, Kalamata, Larnaca, Santorin, Kos, Mykonos,
Are you awake, Traveler?
Partagez ce que vous en faites. Et quelle que soit la destination
What's
de vos rêves,
wrong?
elle vous attend sur
You seem to have something on your mind. Is that even possible? Child's vision! So you had it with you this whole time? Maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has its first major breakthrough! So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. Okay. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new... What's the plan for today? Let's go! It's time to...
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go. Remember to give me the widget once you've finished processing.
Allez, vas-y.
Alright, finished! I'm on speed. But after so many shifts, it seems we're really getting the hang of it now.
Hey there, fellow shift mates. I saw you finished your work, so I thought I'd come over and say hi.
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before. You're some...
That's right. The name's Rowan. This past few days, I couldn't help but notice the new faces working nearby. I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the foreman, Grainville, always calls me Chief.
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief.
If there's anything you'd like to know...
Alright, Chief. We'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about... Pretty sharp for newcomers. You've already heard about the rules, huh? Who'd you hear it from? Alright. Seeing as I'm the one who came over here, you're already calling me Chief. I guess I can tell you a little. Truth is, you two keep working like this, you might be putting yourselves in danger.
Huh? Wait, there's even a rule about that?
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one on accident. The conditions of if you work continuously in the production zone for 3 days, and if all you do besides eating and sleeping is just work, then something bad will happen during lunch on the 3rd day.
Huh? Like what?
If I knew that, then I wouldn't be...
You mean, even you have never tried...
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both efficient and eager on the job, and most other workers couldn't hold a candle to him. One time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long as he could. Then during lunch, he disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporated. Later, some people went and asked some of his past friends about him.
What the... How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never saw.
Wait, are you thinking that it was...
Oh? You... Listen, kid. This ain't the kind of...
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you really want to try? Oh, just a regular meal set. Guess Paimon shouldn't get her. What would you like to do this time? Well, Paimon really hopes the foreman will be in a better mood today.
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasted. Good, here you go.
Comment c'est facile? Voilà.
Let me have a look.
Maybe we can make some progress. What do you have planned for? Well, Paimon really hopes the...
Faut pas oublier que ça
Look
fait...
who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasted. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to work so hard? You need coupons that badly?
Sure. Let's just... Nice! We did well today. Ooh, Paimon's had it. That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore.
Voyager par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo, Copenhague, Stockholm, Porto, Athènes, Lisbonne, Marrakech, Valence, Palma, Faro,
Paimon's exhausted.
Quelle que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur
Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working not... Oh, Paimon feels a shiver going... But it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon cafe. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's... Paimon wonders what we'll get today. Wait, what? What in the world is this? What's with Paimon's food? And yours is the same. Is this stuff meat? But it looks and feels so bizarre. What kind of chef would make food like this? What do you think is going on? Is this the bad thing that Rowan was talking? No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean, just don't say it. Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about to go report the numbers for today's free meal, so you'd better make it quick.
It's about the meat in our meals.
The meat? Oh, that. Looks perfectly fine to me.
How could this be? What should we do now? we have no other choice. What would you like to do this afternoon? Okay, let's see if we can find...
Oh, hello.
No need...
Sorry. I couldn't help but think of His Grace once I saw you, and I... well, it's hard to say.
Wait.
Oh, I'm always indecisive. What? Please, don't say anything.
Ok. C'est quoi les prochains?
Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon. No need to tease me, okay? Listen, I feel ashamed about last time. Thank you for praising me in front of His Grace. Here are the...
Huh? No, we couldn't take that.
But when I was welcoming you, I didn't do anything... Come on, I insist.
C'est sympa. Désolé, je vais juste fermer la porte. Et pardonnez-moi. Alors, où en étions-nous? Hop. Il fallait que je parle à elle. Ah putain, j'ai trop de fils là qui sont en train de s'emmêler.
Siegewing? Aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary? What are you doing in the production zone? Hello, Traveler. Paimon? Everyone's usually busy around now, and we don't have any patients to look after in the infirmary. I thought I'd come here and enjoy the sight of everyone hard at work. Enjoy? What's there to enjoy here? It's really worth watching. I often stand here and observe everyone. Humans are just so interesting and adorable. I like to watch your expressions while you work. Are you talking about pets or people? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions. See, we Melazines are a different species, and we see the world very differently from humans. It's very easy for me to observe everyone's condition. All it takes is one look, and I can tell which workers are exhausted. Wait, Melazines can see that? Huh, that does sound useful for being a nurse. Yes, running around tending to everyone's health is very fulfilling. But I'd much prefer it if you're all happy and free from exhaustion and pain in the first place. Take care of your body, make sure you eat well. Always rest when you're tired from work, and don't push yourself too hard. We'll definitely take care of ourselves. Thanks for the reminder.
Alors maintenant, il faut qu'on aille en haut. Ouais, il faut vraiment que là-haut en fait. Alors.
Hey, look! There's something here! Looks like a research notebook. That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary just now. Is he a fan of Seedwing? He must have dropped this. Let Paimon read it real quick. The Melazine perceive the world very differently from humans. There are significant deviations. As a result, their sense of aesthetics and beauty is also very different from that of humans. This must be taken into consideration when giving gifts. Ooh, this all sounds pretty serious. He sure did his homework. And as for the notebook, let's take it.
Alors, est-ce qu'on va y aller où maintenant? Un truc qui joue pas. Ah non. Oh, encore. Tout. D'accord.
Go, Barbara, go! Rowan? What are you doing?
I was injured a bit just now. Nothing major, I think I just pulled something. Little mishaps like this are unavoidable.
Huh, bitch.
I just knew you would say that. This is pretty embarrassing. Where's Siegeweed when you need her?
Oh, you mean she wasn't in the...
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary in the half hour.
Huh. That's actually really strange.
Forget it. I can take care of a small sprain.
Bah là on a tout en fait. Ah non, on n'a pas tout.
Oh, wonderful. I was worried that you'd be busy trying to earn credit coupons all the time, but it seems like you haven't neglected your investigation work after all.
Paimon likes having more... Have you also been investigating the area, Lynette?
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened to catch me. My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely related to the Forbidden Zone. But knowing him, oh, before...
Huh? Credit coupons?
I've been here longer than you, so credit coupons aren't a resource in particularly short supply. What is in short supply are interesting people to talk with.
Aw, that's so nice of you, Lynette. We'll be...
Attends, ça va? Dans le coin. Ou alors c'est en bas. Non, c'est en haut. Bingo. Déjà on va récolter ce qu'il nous faut. Oh! Salaud! J'aurais pu monter un niveau de plus, c'est pas grave. Ah oui, faut que je fasse ça après.
Oh, you want to stop investigating? Okay, you should rest. So after working a few days straight, we got some strange meat in our lunch. Has our investigation turned up anything useful? Really? Can I look well? We'll keep searching for more... Maybe we can make some progress. What do you have planned for us?
Pour se rendre à l'arène des...
After working here so long, but doing the same thing... Yeah, it's...
Ça va après.
Just a regular meal set. Guess Punt, what would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing Child, he must have been there all the...
C'est sérieux?
De la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque. Voyagez par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo,
Oh,
Copenhague,
you must be the traveler, huh?
Porto, Athènes,
Sorry,
Monaco,
mate, but
Valence,
competitors as strong as you are
Valence,
prohibited from
Valence,
participating.
Valence,
I don't make the rules, mind you, but even convicts value their lives, don't they? I hope you can understand. But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll even earn...
And if we lose the game, we'll...
Of course. That's the cruel reality facing every competitor in a place like the Pancration Ring. Okay, great. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can complete a few rounds in a row with no mistakes, then the second you mess up the order, you lose. Game over. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. Thanks for your patronage.
Bon, c'est dans l'ordre. Ok.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said.
1, 2. Ah, ok. Quoi? Mais... 1, 2... Ok. C'est débile, j'ai merdé 2. Mais...
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Now I get why you're prohibited from... Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you. However, you two haven't tried betting on the outcome of the Pancration match yet, have ya? Just go talk to Rusimov.
But we don't know...
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get...
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try? If we have enough...
Bet at random, huh? Well...
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away.
What? I... Never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not just strong fighters. Seems you're pretty perceptive, too. Might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Plus, besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer like you.
Is it that serious?
Okay. The hidden rule here is, if you buy both boxers' tickets, something bad will happen the next.
So the rule is that we should end... what do you mean?
How would I know? Not like that. I've heard a story about the... According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible... However, in the final match, the organizers told him to take off his... And after that, in his eyes, supporting both boxers in a match would
So you mean, it's like...
No, he was always wearing a mask. Like...
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious. Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you have enough, then go ahead and give it a try.
Aw, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in... The dawn of a new day. Paimon feels like we're getting used to life as convicts. What do you have planned for us? After working here, but doing the same... Yeah, it's good. What is this garbage? Ooh, it looks disgusting.
Je sais pas comment je dois le prendre.
What would you like to do this afternoon? child. He must have been there all...
Are you two here to buy tickets? Better be quick.
Who are the boxers in the next ring?
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender.
Are those their nicknames, or did they choose...
Since you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you... Anyway, for this match, for both? I can tell you're new to this. Maybe you don't quite understand the rules.
Oh, no need, no need.
All right, then.
Yeah, we got... Seems we had a productive day.
Hey, traveler. Paimon. Package here for you. The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself. I'm not a delivery.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, traveler?
J'ai velop KPO.
Why don't you go take a look? Oh, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? What is it? Are you okay? Let Paimon take a peek too. Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. Almost like... Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say.
Tu veux le goûter?
Ugh, no way. Get that stuff away from Paimon. Paimon thinks we shouldn't open the bottle until we figured out what's going on. Just trust me. What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to slack off a little, less work means less...
On a eu 17. Oh!
There's no way to send it all out.
Who are you? We've never...
I'm not! Of course I'm not. Please, don't mistake me.
Then what are you doing?
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and I'm usually responsible for promoting our drink products.
Oh, a promoter from Fontico.
After discussing the company's promotional plans with him, he told me outright that my project... However, in light of our long history of successful collaboration, I still tried to patiently explain the details. However, to my surprise, he just cut me off while I was speaking. Let me take a moment and recall his exact words. I'm just gonna stop you there and say no. If anything, I'm saving you time. It seems you don't fully understand the value of credit coupons here, nor do you understand the value of your own products. The former is because you are from the overworld. That's understandable, and I don't blame you for that. But as for the latter, only someone monumentally stupid, so breathtaking. Anyway, that's how he rejected my proposal and asked me to come up with another solution with the condition that it doesn't cause any trouble for him. Can you believe that guy?
Well, he is the head honcho here. Not much you can do about that. We met him too and could tell that he's the kind of guy that's hard to pin down.
Fine. I know I should just let it go. I'm on his turf after all. His house, his rules.
Chercher des indices dans le coin. Si je dis pas de conneries, il va m'emmener en bas. Voilà.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it. You bought tickets to support both fighters, didn't ya? Well, did anything...
Well, the next day we received...
So it is real. You didn't become cursed or anything like that, did you?
Paimon's not sure. What do you think, Traveler? Is Paimon... Oh, okay.
Yeah, you too. Still, I didn't expect you...
Even if we bought tickets, when it comes to things like this, it's always the organizer who makes...
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? It makes so little that even the current tournaments can only be held thanks to funding from...
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures...
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial... anyway...
Je vais chercher quoi ici? Ah. Bingo.
Hey, what are these papers scattered all over the ground? Are they registration forms or something? Maybe not. Every page has the Fontaco symbol on it. Maybe it's some flyers from the company. Okay. Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, we have no choice but to... We have decided to only conduct... Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual. Let's put these papers back where we found them.
Il faut voir la cantine parce que c'était en space là qu'ils ont reçu. Merde. Ouais, c'est la cantine. Il faut y aller.
We ended up... Alright, but remember that we bought this time with coupons, so let's make better use of it now. What is this garbage? Ooh, it looks disgusting.
Merci, espèce de grognasse.
This is your cooking now. What would you like to do this afternoon? After working here so long, we're really starting to get the hang of it. But doing the same thing all the time can get... Yeah, it's... A mysterious box? Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well...
Okay.
So we've investigated 2 of the hidden rules. We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise... Yeah, let's skip work for now and put our time to...
Attends, il y a une courrier quelque part. Ça veut dire qu'il m'a marqué ma mission, ma quête. Non. Je peux chercher encore des indices. Aïe aïe aïe. Attends, je suis 4-3. Ok, 4-3. Tac tac tac. Ouais, il faut aller en bas. Hmm. Ah, attends. Il y a un problème.
Hey, isn't that Vidocq over there? Huh. Is it just Paimon or...
Ah. Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupon. Impressive.
So, now can you tell us about the...
If Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone.
We get it, just...
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever...
Something even...
A group of
Cannibals? In the Fortress of Meripede?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be... But what's even scary, since they have no way to dispose of them.
Paimon might already know what you mean by other
You two look pretty skeptical. I've got things to do too.
Ok, donc.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh and... Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. You know... Oh, when will all the secrets... Vidocq isn't here. But the guys who went to work...
Just stay.
What? What are you saying? You...
Sérieux?
What are you talking about? Listen, you should keep your...
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still need to...
Mon dortoir c'est en haut. Merde. Ouais, je crois que ça doit être en haut. Ah, putain, je suis en bas. C'est relou. Voilà.
Hello, Fielding.
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be working right now.
We just want to ask you a simple... Have you ever discovered anything odd during your night?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern.
Well... Right! We've heard it happens a few times every month.
Really? I see. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen at night on pipe cleaning day.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
And they just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month. And it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want. And if they're real, then I can report the...
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears...
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty to...
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are a possibility. Paimon knew you would...
Ouais, on va se reposer. Hop.
about time for us to...
Ciao Ticino! Das Grotto Raffaele in Luzon, eines der ältesten in Tessin, bietet eine großzügige Terrasse entstanden beeindruckender jahrhundertealter Platanen, Kinderspielplatz und einen gemütlichen Innenraum. Genießen Sie typische Gerichte im Grotto Raffaele, begleitet von lokaler Volksmusik.
Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us.
Ah.
Letzte Chance. Die Kinosaison 2023-24 des Royal Opera House neigt sich dem Ende entgegen. Genießen Sie jetzt noch die letzten Stücke wie Madame Butterfly, Schwanensee, Carmen oder Andrea Chenier in Ihrem Kino. Das dürfen Sie nicht verpassen. Tickets erhalten Sie unter www.kinokarten.com.
This should be the place.
Il n'y a rien là.
What? I know you. You were the...
Huh. You've got guts showing up here.
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were?
Hey, what's the point of all the...
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around...
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he...
Hey, do you know our boss? Oh, we had no idea our boss was such a... So, did he have you...
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no...
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night.
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come in here.
We gave him
Paimon
business for a
boucle là.
while and would always give him a hard time when he first came to the Fortress of Merit. But here in the fortress, the strong will always earn respect. He was working the longest hours and racking up. You could always see how amazing he was, even when he was... So eventually...
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way, and as his crew, if the boss... So, we got to work, and we just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night...
Oh, thanks to your rumor, but...
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It should be a dead end. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and even if there were a way to escape from there into the sea, we're still way too deep. No one could ever reach the surface alive. But Boss still insisted on going in. It's like he was obsessed about it. So we told him, and that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe cleaning day. That...
So you come and wait here through...
Yeah, but it's been so long now. We already...
Is it also possible that...
Nothing could ever defeat Boss...
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's Boss left by going down from here. Later we came back hoping to have a look. That's when we found it's impossible to navigate unless...
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Really? Then have him come investigate. Pronto. Just...
It's getting late. We should...
Yeah, we learned to... When you said you knew a diver, why is... Fortunately, though, now that we can finally...
Terminé. Acte 3. Enfin, acte 3 terminé. Voilà.
It's morning already? Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there. It's one of Linny's cards. Let Paimon see what... Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today. It's been a while since we last talked. Have you? Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his investigation. Wonder what he's discovered. We still have some time before we meet up. Let's talk with...
L'immense de l'Apocalypse. Je crois que c'est sur 4 arcs. Non, 5 arcs. Alors. Bah là, nous, on va ce qu'on va faire, on va aller vite fait à fontaine. Donc j'arrive vite fait manger. Je mettrai vite fait le live en pause. Et je reviendrai, on finira un peu la quête 4. On verra comment ça va se passer. Alors, quatrième. On va récolter nos expéditions. Voilà. Ah ouais, c'est vrai que je peux faire Inazuma maintenant. Ah mais non, mais en fait, j'ai... Expédition. Pour récolter. Voilà. Hop, on va vite récolter nos minerais. Niveau 26. On va récolter nos petits trucs. Nos primogèmes. C'est quand même 20. Alors, attendez, à la limite 50. Ah. Ok. Bon, de toute façon, je risquerai rien. Ah, le niveau d'aventure il va être trop faible. Ok, donc. Une boutique. Là, si je veux, j'ai déjà 2 tirages. Ouais. Ah. Ah, mais moi, ils ont mis Delia. Elle. Ah, putain. Ça, c'est pas mal. Qui dit Jean. Dire que j'avais Jean. Kichu Sarah. Ouais. Ouais, bon, après, vous avez beaucoup de... Bon, nous, ce qu'on va faire, on va vite fait manger. Je mets le live en pause. Voilà. Et on se dit à tout à l'heure.
la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque. Voyagez par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo, Copenhague, Stockholm, Porto, Athènes, Lisbonne, Marrakech, Valence, Palma, Faro, Rhodes, Malaga, Nice, Bruxelles, Hambourg, Pristina, Vienne, Brindisi, Biarritz, Ibiza, Minorque, Alicante, Héraklion, Corfou, Zante, Thessalonique, Kalamata, Larnaca, Santorin, Kos, Mykonos, Antalya, Olbia, Djerba, Katan,
Un voyage est ce que vous en faites. Et quelle que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur suisse.com/Genève.
plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque. Voyagez par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo, Copenhague, Stockholm, Porto, Athènes, Lisbonne, Marrakech, Valence, Palma, Faro, Rhodes, Malaga, Nice, Bruxelles, Hambourg, Pristina, Vienne, Brindisi, Biarritz, Ibiza, Minorque, Alicante, Héraklion, Corfou, Zante, Thessalonique, Kalamata, Larnaca, Santorin, Kos, Mykonos, Antalya, Olbia, Djerba, Katan,
Un
Organ.
voyage est ce que vous en faites. Et quelle que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur suisse.com/Genève.
Pour l'instant, vous écoutez toute votre musique en lecture aléatoire avec le service Spotify Free. Découvrez comment écouter vos playlists et albums préférés dans n'importe quel ordre et sans pub avec Spotify Premium.
Et bah, j'ai fini de manger et tout. Je pense qu'à 2 heures, on arrêtera le live. Non, c'est pas ça. Voilà. On avance tranquillement dans notre petite quête.
Hey, you over there? Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? All right.
But why would you be looking for...
There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, sure.
Great!
I thought you would have already heard.
Why don't you pick? We'll let you...
All right. Have you heard any spin? Did you know that there are two guys who are always skulking around in the corners of corridors gossiping. I never really found their... If you're interested, you can go...
Good to know.
Let me think. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
Huh?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some... To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole Forbidden Zone? Sounds like something that someone just...
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no.
Anything else?
Look, there are some people talking over there.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here.
I don't buy.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up there. Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
And what makes you think they want to hire someone like you?
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy. Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld. That's true. There's a group of people over there.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were...
What's the matter? They're just looking and join in on a...
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that.
You hear that, Quisto? What nice!
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before...
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it.
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can join our group.
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry. We're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always so...
So, you two really like to gossip?
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with whom. Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know?
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just plain the welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those...
You are correct. I am a true professional. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen carefully. Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks. Even better treatment in the infirmary.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all.
Why does he visit the infirmary?
But did you know that Julia was a talented researcher from the Fontaine
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the fortress of Maripede, you're just another inmate like every... Speaking of which, the last...
You mean he hit a woman? Wow. I never imagined he was that bad.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the...
Wait a second. You don't think...
Do you think... Could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates?
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Julia to a pulp that one.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
C'est encore plus bas.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boat.
Oh, as expected of the legend. Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he... Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's... Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to test...
Well, when you put it that way...
Bingo!
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. It's the least I can do. We're all in this... Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to...
Collecting information is...
Now, let me think.
To find out more information, Fremine will have to retrace Master
Pardon.
Child's original route. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. We know Traveler. What say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're at it, too. Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back. Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping Fremine prepare for his diving mission.
What do you want us to do? Will it...
Well, I won't call it easy per se. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirm. You've mentioned several sketchy... Investigate the internal... But also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. No, when it comes to intelligence gathering, I'd never consider you to be an amateur. Didn't you say it yourself? It's all... I'll believe anything as long as it comes from you.
All right, then we'll head out.
Let's go our separate ways.
Enfin, presque. Voyagez par exemple à Londres, Dublin, Oslo, Copenhague, Stockholm, Porto, Athènes, Lisbonne, Marrakech, Valence, Palma, Faro, Rhodes, Malaga, Nice, Bruxelles.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will... There seem to be several people inside.
Et quelle que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur suisse.com/Genève.
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here. So... Someone! Please help! He's dead!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Behind freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion. Could it be poison? Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. Eh? Oh, that's good. But I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please, relax and take it. Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. Does it hurt when I press here? And here? Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here. What about here? Oh. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty bad stomachache when it... So that's what it is. Thank goodness it's not anything more serious. There have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest here while I go get some medicine for you? Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm gone.
Very well.
And she hopped away just like that.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomachache's really bad. He was stumbling about the whole way.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry.
But it also looks like...
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't, though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sijuin take care of the sick and injured.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. You could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she...
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Hey, don't start arguing now! Please, keep it civil at least!
Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able to continue our previous lives?
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation. Oh,
and same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place.
Super.
He just slowly walked off like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird research topics as he is? But there's no need to keep dwelling on him. I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Sijuin should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel better as soon as you've had some of her medicine. No.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sijuin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here. Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking?
I remember. You said it...
Yellow, huh? I understand.
Alright, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead. So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain. That's it. All right then. Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds? No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods. Got it. Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure. Oh, you're going to take a nap already? but he's actually super strong. So you're the best of companions. Ah, you're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left. Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regularly, and don't forget bland foods. Thank you, Miss Sijuin. You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and put down the Adeptus Temptation now. Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Are you sure we're not... Whoa! You really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick... Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Vinny!
Hmm?
De la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène
Did you
partout
two
en
run
Europe.
into any
Enfin,
trouble over the past few days?
voyager, par exemple,
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
Valence, Palma, Faro, Rhodes, Malaga, Nice, Bruxelles, Hambourg, Turin, Vienne,
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago. And as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after faking an illness.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using the same faces over and over and reduce the amount of suspicion that will fall on any given person. Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation right about now.
Is now really a good time to go over?
According to my observations, Sijuin always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her. Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over right away.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange. Lynette?
As expected, Sijwin isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan, unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here.
Okay.
There are some books here and, advanced nursing. These sure are some interesting books. Who knew she even has books on...
Seems... None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was...
She would have set her which means either... Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's been disguised that well. The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't pay...
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here!
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, "Out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this..."
This is...
Is that all? The back.
Show me now.
Look, would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No, could she have?
Wriothesley, did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as...
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning?
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very... You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulette, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Why did he... Don't panic, just think everything over. I have to stay calm. Wait, you're right. Wait, but the fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds... Could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
C'est un traître.
So he's challenging me and trying to We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible...
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Childs. That was our...
No. I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I'll go...
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please,
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back...
Elle court vite, hein.
De la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque.
Elle sait quelque chose.
I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time.
La destination de vos rêves. Elle vous attend sur suisse.com/Genève.
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already found this place. Oh, they are quite sharp. What a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being trusted. Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Wait! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him.
Est-ce qu'on va la choper juste comme ça? Ah non. Ah putain. Sortez d'ici, madame, je vous ai vu. Bah, c'est une magicienne.
He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Wriothesley's office.
C'est ici le bureau du Big Boss? Ah ouais.
Come out and face me, Wriothesley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fort?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the traveler's suspicions and... As for Fremine... No, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go, so you could purge the Pouply members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not? What do you really want?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor...
Wait, you can't mean... You locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be...
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made...
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity. Well, you got your wish.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
La musique est personnelle.
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no reason to want to talk. Mr. Fremenet left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5...
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Lenny.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Attendez juste.
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it's... Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two? I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correct. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone,
Première question, à propos de la règle secrète de
being allowed to
production.
work for 3 days in a row.
Fonta's internal reports suggest that there's starting... We often see Miss Sigewin observe... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of coupons will spend them on Fonta. I've been told that the infirmary is always at... The research notes said that the Melusine race... According to Collins, the Pancration... Fonta's internal reports suggest that there's...
J'en sais rien.
Fonta's
Il faut...
internal reports suggest that there's... We often see Miss Siege... We often see Miss Sigewin... The Fonta promoter has been... I've been told that the infirmary... I've been told that the infirmary... Fonta's internal reports... The research notes said that the melody...
So that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed? The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work through... At first we thought this
Oh putain, détective Paimon. Oh bordel.
disappeared. But in reality, they were all prepared head nurse. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijuin visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijuin has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. However, unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijuin's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight. Why is that?
Fonta's internal report suggests that the Fonta promoter has been struggling. According to Collins,
Ah, d'accord.
I've been told that the infirmary. We often see I've been told that the infirmary. Fonta's internal report. The research notes said that according to Collins, I've been told that the infirmary.
According
to Collins, the research notes said that the Melusine. The Fonta promoter has. We often see Fonta's internal report.
So there really was nothing to be afraid of. That hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do, they'll receive a package containing a strange, blood-colored liquid. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fonta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fonta's own staff were questioning the company's decision-making. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the Fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fonta product here. And so, only those who by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match, we're selected to receive the drinks.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light. Although, based on your description, that Fonta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. Alright, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of spare— You'll pay for this!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Siegeween. That was a—
It was nothing, Your Grace. Siegeween? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional as—
Siegeween?
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it when Monsieur Nervulet asked me to come here. He told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after? But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulet told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace? Mind proving my—
My dear Siegeween, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try— What are you talking about?
Take me if you want. But let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving anytime. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Siegeween, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you...
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarand. My door.
Fremine... Fremine!
What's going on? What is Clarand doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linny. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial...
What did you say?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clarand while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
What? Donc il aurait ingéré de l'eau primordiale?
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, his condition is not... Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. But let's leave him here for now, and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have...
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress? How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she? How is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but His Grace and I actually made some snacks and tea.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Siegewien may have been forced to shoot Mr. Lenny again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time... Well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
It's a bad sign if you're having to want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
Lenny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all...
Are you sure? You don't look...
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're... Hermine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side.
On it. Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us? The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit.
Il y a un petit coffre là qui m'intéresse. Ah. Ah, je pensais y avoir quelque chose là-haut. Oh, ils sont là-haut. Je vous ai trouvé.
Could I tempt you with some sugar?
No need.
Moi, je veux bien du sucre. Et un café. Non? Bon. Pas cool. Depuis qu'il est 2 heures, il va encore rester un petit coup là. Ah ouais, il faut pas oublier que c'est là où nous. L'infirmerie est à côté de notre chambre. Donc c'est à dire que si la mère primordiale elle est là, ça veut dire que eux ils vont tourner en poussière. Enfin.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Lenny. Lynette.
We're all here.
Where am I?
The infirmary at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fermine. And you are no longer in any danger. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to...
Traveler. Paimon. It's been so long. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time. It looks abandoned. Where could Master Child be?
C'est quoi comme élément qu'il a? C'est la glace. Ok, il a un glace.
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it.
Et d'ajuster l'engrenage. Ah, il faut que je le redescends. Go.
This is where the water starts. Up. Master Child probably dived into the water. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. I should be going in the right direction. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. but I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait, what the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. This... I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no...
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going.
Miss Clarand brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress.
Miss Clarand, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarand will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who...
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me. Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. What?
No, please go on without me.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now.
Thank you.
Il faut qu'on aille au truc du Big Boss.
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegewing?
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarand. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place, he did on his own. Of course, it's inevitable that the knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went, so I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
So you were hoping Liddy's group would just do your work for you!
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremine has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true that you're also a former criminal?
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
Oh, right! Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already. That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case,
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
even if the truth may not be pleasant. Follow me.
Yo. Bah, il est sorti? Non. Tu vas pas me dire que c'est lui qui a le génio lié?
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is.
Une forteresse.
Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon, what a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking...
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself.
Huh. So there's a switch on the...
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
Go on, have a look. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, normally I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude
The concentration of primordial seawater?
and that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh.
Seems like you figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above us?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack, chasing the criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them, and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves, but as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society, as the place where now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. That's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into, to be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third. Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you something. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments.
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about—
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin.
He's the one who blew the whole institute sky high. Everyone knew he was a bit crooked in the head, but you're not local, so I guess it's possible for you not to have heard of him.
Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up the fortress of Meripede?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple?
Your Grace,
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
Eux qui sont dans une forteresse.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontainian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. Certainly can't hurt to give it a try. So the moment I began to speculate that the Primordial Sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontainians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. All right, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Seems like you're good. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those three as well.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of...
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, while I was sedated, I could still barely hear two people talking next to me. They were discussing everything from the...
Must have been Risley and Sijuin.
Yeah, I heard one male voice and one female, so it should have been the two of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn...
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijuin is also busy with something or other.
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea.
Ooh, he's good.
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first. I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since... What's more, the Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the two... If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on.
You're super smart.
Thanks so much. If Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even got... that can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the Inferno. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be.
The sea will engulf everyone.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis.
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could be why he said he just wanted to...
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be... If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth, though you may not share the sentiment. After all that we've gone through together, the 3 of us basically see you as family now.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Lenny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger...
Aww, the sound of that makes... Paimon's hungry.
Oh,
Alright, then we'll catch you guys in...
Elle est sérieuse, Paimon.
Are you here for dinner too, Miss Sijuin? opportunity to... Huh. You're right. What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like. Me too! Don't forget pie. No problem. Just... So delicious. Paimon's so happy. Paimon wants to feast like this. Feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious. I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see the expression on your face just now? But the muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling... Sijuin, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good... You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and act like an older sister. Really? You're reminded of an older sister? Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you were protecting Linny and his siblings as well. Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried after... Thankfully, Clorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Clorand had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger. You were all super considerate. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often too. I feel like he'd like it here, with all the darkness and chaos. Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked very hard.
L'heure d'une petite pause s'impose.
So much has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too? Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Out of my way! Get out of my way! What happened? Why is everyone running? No idea. Something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling? Paimon still wants to sleep.
Heureux.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
There's no time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait!
Que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur
What's wrong with these people? They won't even.
They're here! Yeah! There you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Laveroons, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. Laveroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed. Yet you only find out one—
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it sudden—
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey!
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Bon, en fait, ça a explosé.
They're here.
Just like I said. You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, two, one.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Il est.
Neuvillette? Why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina and make sure she doesn't spend too much— Will do. You have my sincerest gratitude.
Elle est fatouille.
Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Nerval, though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a most...
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course! How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be...
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Nuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier, as...
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still...
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirabede!
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
The Fortress of Mirabede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim. Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently at
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or... Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying...
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
Juste magnifique. Après, je pense que je ferai les petites cinématiques comme ça, je les mettrai sur la chaîne YouTube.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the court.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld.
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Pele Marmonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house, Miss Farina. As the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say,
cool.
that's what I
Je vais pouvoir le
originally
réadapter.
thought. But look at...
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. Here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than the prophecies hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning,
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time and self-indulgence.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same... Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Fontaine will be saved. Even
even if I still cannot see the true future right now.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where...
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated...
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond pride. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are... Oh, that look in your eyes.
The emergency response plan is also...
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique Denel, and what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for some... I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, but even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today.
Yes, that's...
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem... Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on... Oh, Paimon's super full.
If it's on my...
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day?
Very well.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before...
Paimon's coming too!
Hop. Ah, merci pas du tout.
The tea party... Why?
Okay. Donc ici c'est le bureau du juge. Ah bah non. Donc c'est le bureau de la déesse de l'eau en fait. L'arconche ou l'archon hydro.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. Do I look like an irresponsible father to you? That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics... I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to... By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that...
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all.
Who are you? And what are you?
The fear in her pupils is genuine. So perhaps she's not... I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Fossilor. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that... There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct...
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic... Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon. Oh, and I have an additional...
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, the initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be... You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydra?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself...
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right. I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as
Donc elle est pour la tsarine.
Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, you don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll...
Neuvillette? Is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the Knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? You can't tell us? Then that's...
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much, and now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... Huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina? My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we?
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this
Ah,
a secret.
putain, c'est le roi dragon. Ouais, mais d'accord.
Right, of course. There's still something Paimon...
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our folk. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding...
Oh, so even you can't solve...
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more...
Ah, please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
D'accord, alors Naviat c'est le roi dragon. Ok. Ah, dis donc. On n'est pas sorti de l'auberge, non? Faut qu'on aille où? Il faut qu'on aille à la forteresse. Go. Bah déjà on va commencer par là.
Seaweed, Traveler! Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing alright? Did either of you get hurt? We're fine. But what about you? A few people sustained superficial injury. Oh, of course. How did Nervalet know that he was needed? I'm sure Nervalet has strong resonance with the hydro element. When I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded, they were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down with... If you're not too... Just let me know if you get a craving for any... I'd like to take the...
On est obligé d'aller dans la partie là. Je crois que c'est l'infirmerie.
Now guess, what suit will this next...
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler.
Looks like you're recovering nicely.
Thanks to everyone's... Oh, right. I'm...
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to...
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the...
You meant father? Did she say...
She said a few things that were...
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those...
Father is very...
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
That does sound like...
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for...
Looks like it.
Excellent. I will host...
For real? Then Paimon...
Another implies that you were already served some well, next time, you're going to have tea...
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but...
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you.
Hey, it wasn't just me.
Something. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quist. Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell...
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Courier, Miss Sijwin told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on...
That's no excuse for... Huh? It's you two.
Courier, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageways?
Yep. That is still top secret, though.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why...
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for...
Not at all!
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see 2 inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of no... He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super...
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely...
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the... Oh, and I have some gifts here for you.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you...
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Il n'y a même pas eu un seul combat. Super.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so I'm not sure why we put so much pressure on ourselves. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but you're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the... Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well! Paimon will also be an adventurer from today! Just our thoughts making... The last time we fell asleep here, we woke... We should be safe now, right? Alright then, good night to you, traveler!
Et maintenant, on va s'occuper du dernier acte.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening? I'm fine.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of... Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirrormead is finished. That's the end of another chapter, and we should probably go report to him now.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our...
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed.
Il faut qu'on aille au palais. Mais n'empêche, j'ai eu aucun combat. Enfin, je crois que oui, j'ai eu un seul combat. D'abord, on va se générer notre santé. Voilà.
way.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. See? Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some... In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you...
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? What the hell? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes, what is it?
Ah, right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water level...
The water levels rose? Oh no!
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already... If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on...
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate this... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
C'est vrai que l'autre, Tarkia là, lui il est dans le village de... Oh, il est vers le pays où il y a la tsarine.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold...
you're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quick.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should...
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission and...
All right. You'll...
This situation...
Ah, right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do...
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Je pense qu'ils sont morts.
I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary... Of course, we should remain ready for anything. Traveler, Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Ah oui, ça c'est au-dessus. En fait, le tombeau de son père, il est au-dessus.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. and they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your request.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny. So, everyone else is...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They were heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui. which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with my subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps
without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You, as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's Sleuth. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you. I'm sure you already understand.
Oh! That's...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since...
Got it! So all we gotta do is...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad. There's no point in being depressed while we still have... Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
Since you put it that way, I have... All right. The ruins are to this...
Okay, the three of us...
Ok, y a pas de point de TP. Relou. Bon bah, let's go. Oh ce bordel.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Allez, c'est parti. On va rentrer dans les ruines. Hop, niveau 71. Ouais, ça va. Pour moi, ça me va. Ah, enfin un combat.
I'll protect us.
Bet you can't keep up with.
You're in for a little shock.
Get out, meanie!
Keep going.
Dada Kondala.
Go, Barbara, go! Watch it! The floor here isn't safe!
Wind blade.
Donc, faut aller où?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial sea.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the...
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit.
All right. Come with us for... Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
T'es sérieux?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Enfin, tu dois recommencer, non?
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor,
Sometimes force is required.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have...
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs.
Very well.
Wait. Something... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the
My trial? Wait,
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many... And as for the judge... Huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough!
with the whispering. Could some...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. The head, after you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula.
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why we are one big family, all of us. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay...
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot.
Oh, well, if that's what you think...
How wonderful, Miss... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any... Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the... Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of... Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You! Have you forgotten how much you all once wrought?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia...
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
Silence.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall...
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Farewell.
Quand même, le au revoir il est triste quand même.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the wall. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress...
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Merib.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet, you're probably... this isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Maintenant qu'on a
Guess we
Neuvillette.
should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Ah, ça rigole plus. Maintenant qu'on a Monsieur Neuvillette avec nous. Ouais, mais bon. Il est pas un des personnages qui va nous aider.
Let's dance.
Don't be such a bro.
Go, Barbara, go! Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Non, putain. Ouais, mais là, c'est impossible. Oui. Ok, vous êtes du feu.
My.
Disappear!
Let the show begin.
J'ai même pas encore utilisé tous mes pouvoirs, tant mieux. Non, putain. Ouais, putain.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up.
T'as pas trop de place. Ça va pas le faire. Oh putain. Quoi d'un coup?
Let's dance.
Try not to enjoy this too.
Let it rain. Hey, go Baron Bunny. Let the
Il me casse les couilles. Ils vont m'attaquer.
Don't be such a brute.
I'm a bit rusty. I'll protect us. Don't move. Ready?
Le robot est mineur.
Hey, get him. Let the show begin.
No one escapes my. Don't be such a brute.
I'll race you there.
I'll protect us.
My, come a little.
Hop, voilà. Ouais, nous sommes qu'au début de l'acte 4, enfin que l'acte 5. Hop.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place? There should not be any other hidden space.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in...
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills. Just look, this says that it's the history of the future.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd? where the Hydro Archon.
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancients.
But who would have created?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here.
You still have energy for that?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre, and
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about... I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this direct?
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily.
Alright, we'll leave it.
I will be carefully considering my words to...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever.
Ah, quand même, il fait de la peine, Navia. Ouais, parce qu'elle a tout perdu, ses deux... Enfin, elle considère comme sa famille, quoi. Merlu et Silver.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a special...
Yay! And there's good food too. Navi, no, the boss is... Ooh. Hyman's already starting to forget what happened today.
Ok, c'est là.
That voice. Is that who I think?
Huh?
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to...
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some...
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surname.
Wow! Imagine
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a lot.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is in plain...
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Talk about accept...
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know...
Speaking of that, I'm sure there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird the invitation was sent quite...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and...
Thanks, Mona. You're...
Oh, well, this is something...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you!
Indeed!
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting... that's more like it. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of... but it's time to get up, traveler.
On va... Pardon, là on va voir Neuvillette.
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have...
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you? Look at this. This is a list of the victims.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it. I will say this once more. You must... Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't... But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know?
I don't. I've never seen...
I'll ask you again. Do you really? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so... I understand your concern...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secrets. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself. You have never been as superficial as you have presented.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I... That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about...
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was...
I assume you've been outside.
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion... Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. The information... But who will lend us their aid to do...
Well, that's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in...
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about...
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend... As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be
Oh? How...
Well, it's just an expression, really.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go.
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Font, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly. So the hunters, a trap, comprises of the fawn. So, if we were to build a trap together...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a deft hand.
You use some of those techniques while moving the people...
Yes, and I even managed to get...
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more
Calm and steady. Exactly.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some... I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way...
What about you, Monsieur Neville?
I fear I do not have any real...
That makes sense. You usually solve problems direct, but I do have one more question. If we were to create a trap now, how would you...
Would like for it to be effective, but bring...
Kind, as always. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also...
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Attendez juste que j'envoie un message.
Oh, so that.
Bonjour. Ouais, là.
It's been a tough few days. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about. It's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable person. Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. What's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice.
The voice from the sky, Huh. You're feeling lost now. Just consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on the prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the
What? Then is there any?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So just as prophecies are usually only the future, are the things that you shall see
What is she talking about? It all sounds.
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice.
Sorcière N, c'est qui la sorcière N?
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming.
Ah, ok. Mona, ok. N. Ok.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band. Fine, just fine. Not all Fontaine.
Did she have pink hair by any?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I assume I'm in full support.
That's right!
Ah, yes. About what we had. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the gods' gaze have.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hags at least...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand it.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to perhaps it is something that you... Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often... But even so, perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. I did originally...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying. I suppose that might be...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Ok, je peux aller là-bas. D'accord. Après, ça va être plutôt facile d'un point de vue.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, my recent attempts thus did an Outlander, so while the fortress journal is Charlotte's biggest Charlotte took so many awesome... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Seriously? What? We're here! Quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it!
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nerval...
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for...
Do you come here often?
Ah ouais.
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Oh, the prophecy. No. It's the same for...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what you...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she said that humans are creatures that... I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon... It's more delicious than last time. And sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious. for Charlotte and have a chat.
On a eu? Non? Oh putain. Emplacement déjà coupé par un temps, je vais continuer. Chut. Et cette quête. Bah, elle est au niveau 2 maintenant. Allez, let's go. Voilà. Bah oui, il faut que je parle à Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick.
Oh, you didn't. It's alright though.
Aye.
Really?
You're almost.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
A friend of ours met you.
Ah, so you know Miss. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real.
No.
Huh? So you...
Oh, of course it doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
Oh, in that case.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell. Ooh, so much to.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
Hmm? And what's that?
If.
Huh. If you're from what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the Just think about it. If this nation really were to be sudden, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that. I'm not a dreamer, but anyway.
That's so not. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo. Paimon's been thinking, if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon. We've always been moving to the next step. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Feels like it'll grow, but it's still better.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. I'm well aware that yes, inside the Opera House, the Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Pouply then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's
Non, c'est de la pluie, c'est de la grosse pluie. C'est de la grosse pluie.
and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Ok.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Ah bah là, les plantes, elles sont mortes. Hein? Les fleurs et tout. C'est pas drôle.
In that case, there's...
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well? It's nearly time for afternoon tea. Why not keep me company for a while? There'll be plenty of time for work later. Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Et nous revoilà. Hop, pardon. Ah, excusez-moi. Il y a eu un petit souci technique avec des grêlons. Je crois qu'on s'approche gentiment de la fin.
This place looks deserted.
Ouais.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat me?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Oh, Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivil? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Dose Phantom are freaking out right now. Of course not!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? That's against the rule.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch... This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose. Hey.
Ouais, je pense que bon.
Everyone's exhausted.
I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I once had informants all over Tevat. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back. All my efforts proved to be futile, and we cannot make an enemy of the divine. Give up. I do indeed. I've thought about giving up. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? But just now, it all became clear. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maid. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty. A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the... And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a if...
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening. Now, without further ado, we may proceed.
So, this is what it. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up.
Paimon can't believe it. She...
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a...
Wow. How...
Lady Farina, what...
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again.
I raised my hands just now to indicate I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to. You are not the only ones to be disappointed. But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Wait, also, even though she's still acting
All right, then. Who will be my...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please... Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather
Navia, the president of the...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more... Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would... So, we arranged for a second...
So, you mean... the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box...
So, in other words, the earthquake that...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and also that as soon as I...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only...
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with... You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd... Oh? It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, so in other words, we can refer to this. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Arc. I need the words of someone as
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervy Just fast forward to the part where, of course, it is only natural.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the—
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that—
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead— Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, and if I was...
First of all,
Who gave you that idea?
A curse. I once thought it possible, but in light of this claim...
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina.
Well, it is true that it's a...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I... Besides, for centuries, men of one need only to turn their eyes toward...
De la plage à la ville, Swiss vous emmène partout en Europe. Enfin, presque. Voyager, par exemple...
You tried to reference the...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, you will prove yourself That was no trick.
So, you neither knew why Chad instead of having...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're real. It is true that I did not... But the Oratrice handed out that verdict You can't argue that...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that...
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend...
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of indemnitium. All Archons derive their power. Thus did I give up all of my divine power.
Isn't that
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same Farina, please. You've got to believe.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not, if you have no evidence.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. That doesn't sound right. It has been established.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary
super sorry, monsieur. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting—
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically...
She's just staring at the water without saying a...
What's going on? Is she really planning to—
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hype. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample, and it's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Think about it. Also, it... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the... According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilt to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trail to...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove, but now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Any mission, Father is...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long... But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the
Maintenant, faut qu'on remette tout ça à l'ordre. Ok.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. Does that mean that Fontainians are tricked? The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and this must be the point when the third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking and... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy of the Fontainians. We didn't believe that such a
what is about to take the true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nerva and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celeste. We know from the case of the serial and this. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Arc. The prophecy from the stones, the fortress of Meropide was nearly if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. And with the eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to. The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. Now, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into... Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's too...
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera epic.
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slate when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro, not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the... She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first...
So we were all OC.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the war, they have not been dissolved, which implies that the nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of Therefore, the meaning of the third that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers...
I think I'm following now. So, what in truth, everything we've done...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripedes. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, as for the root cause of the catastrophe, this eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
That doesn't sound... That doesn't...
It was both
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be...
the truth, the original...
Ah, un vrai combat.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is, and once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within this...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh in. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop.
We just barely managed to push it back.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, The whale would have liked from the way he looked. He must have been fighting the creature for quite a...
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had us anyway. Now that we know that this whale is...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
That's not... We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle...
Indeed. That's not how
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, ultimately, fate shall...
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
What?
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizing
Vito! Que des salades et que du flan!
Wesh, gob!
Tu nous prends trop pour des glands. Mais qu'est-ce que tu prends?
Ouais, je sais, mais j'ai pas vu qu'il y avait pas de trou.
Et coucou, Ace, comment va monsieur? Et merci beaucoup pour le raid, j'espère que ton live s'est bien passé. Et bonjour à tous qui sont venus du raid de Ace. Bah en fait, je te disais merci beaucoup pour le raid et comment ça s'est passé ton live. Ah, comment on monte ici? Ouais. Ah non. Voilà.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Ah, je pense pas. Après, je pense que je vais finir le live sur ça. Depuis quand je vais affronter des mecs là? Wow. Wow. Non. Ah, je peux pas. Non. Non, mais il me fait quoi? Ouais, vas-y. Coucou panier. Ok. Oh, c'est... Il fait mal quand même. Ah, il fait mal quand même. Ça marche, à tout. Ouais, en gros, tu dois éteindre la lumière. Ah, il me saoule, lui. Ah, mais... What? Aïe. Celui-là, j'ai mal senti passer. Ça fait mal. Voilà. Donc là, on est là. Je joue Furina? Ok.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, Your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oula! J'ai l'impression qu'ici,
T'es
on donne la
sérieusement?
moitié du sel français. Et qu'il est bon, hein?
Ah purée, coucou Mo. Comme je disais, on s'approche vraiment de la fin du chapitre 5. Et même de l'acte 5, on va dire. Oh, je crois que c'est 5. Ah, non. Ah, ouais, non, c'est bon.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a right? Near me said that I just calm down, Farina. Think. What? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim owner... Well, it seems that you would all see right through. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sort. Now then,
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a
right after all.
It seems I've turned them around. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your... We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer... No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us... There is no trouble in this world that... So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclèse.
Alors qu'il y a personne, hein. On en parle?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary.
Come now. Was I not... Besides, none of these trials were the one that...
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wonderful...
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your...
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for...
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood... Oh, I'm afraid that's just an all right. Deuteria, is it? How in...
You remember? He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I.
Niveau égocentrique, c'est pire que sa tête, c'est pire qu'un melon.
Good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future,
Pardon.
please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. All manner of signs.
Well, as I understand it,
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution.
The day is finally over. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. All right.
Sur 4 arcs.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed. I don't think I let anything. I just don't know when these days. I feel utterly exhausted.
Acte 100. What? What? Ok, 3 femmes de lire.
Farina, it's... I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience...
And what a fine family.
Sure...
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your...
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But with that not, I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this pact.
Oula, 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 oula. Et qui?
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide. Just share it with me.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on... If that's... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina. You shouldn't be... But what if it's really alright, Farina? You've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone if you let this opportunity slip through your... Think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of
Oh,
Fontaine.
qu'est-ce qu'elle est bête.
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the...
Fine.
GG, voilà, KPO.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the Heavenly Prince, she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you. hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratries, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratries take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratries. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratries. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside you are a devious one, Fosalo. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
C'est triste quand même.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to the...
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain, we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast
C'est l'heure de casser des gueules.
Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Hop.
I've already done my best to separate the power.
Okay.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power.
Tu peux le battre.
We shall look for a way together.
Comment tu peux battre? Tac tac tac, comment on peut battre cette chose? Attends, parce que là je peux pas.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Oh, 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 oh.
You're in for a little shock.
Final. Surtout comment tu peux le battre. Peut résister à n'importe quel seul instinct, continue à provoquer. Total. Ok. Oula. Attends, mais... Finalement, on peut le battre. Oula. C'est quoi ce truc? What the fuck? J'ai pas demandé à Ninja moi.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress its root from within.
Ça fait mal.
Let the show begin.
Ah, ok. Il y aura peut-être moyen de le battre. Final.
Come a little closer.
Non, parce que là c'est chaud quand même à comprendre le combat. Donc ouais, il fait vachement mal ce truc là. Ça fait un peu trop mal son truc là lui. Ok ouais parce que lui en fait son truc. J'ai demandé de mettre Furina. Pas Furina. Ok. Quoi? J'ai bien compris. Attends, c'est qui celle-là? Wesh!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought.
That power.
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be child. It's just that he gave us the impression that she was what?
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring... That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. Some
Ouais, mais pourquoi t'as le
masters
stylé?
insufficiently famous.
Je kiffe bien comment c'est fait ses bras.
How should I describe him?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhyme Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar...
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Let's initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
Tu nous as joué du pipeau, et en plus tu faux que des salades et que du flan.
Wesh, Gob.
Tu nous prends trop pour des blancs. Mais qu'est-ce que tu prends?
Ouais, je sais, mais j'ai pas vu qu'il y avait pas de trou.
Et coucou madame Célinette, comment vas-tu? Merci beaucoup pour ton raid. J'espère que ça s'est bien passé.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
À voyager ce que vous en faites. Et quelle que soit la destination de vos rêves, elle vous attend sur suisse.com/Genève.
Et comment ça a été ton live?
The soul renewed. The Spina Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then...
Ouais, mais j'aimerais bien qu'elle nous interviewe aussi. Je crois qu'on a fait la quête. Ah, le final. Qu'on a eu en fait. Ah, sur l'île Poisson. Enfin, ouais, sur l'île Poisson, ça c'est dans One Piece. Sur le village, dans le village Poisson là. Bah, après, je crois qu'on a fini là. L'histoire principale. Enfin, fini. Jusqu'à la prochaine grosse mise à jour de Genshin. Sur le nouveau monde qui va être, je crois, si je dis pas d'erreur, au mois d'août. Quelque chose comme ça. Normalement, c'est prévu en août. De ce que j'aurais compris, le 28 août.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that art, but if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role?
I get where you're coming from. We'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You're here?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo...
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Wow, you really do have that never...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Siju...
That's a very...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress... I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a...
You're right. I've got to treasure...
Stay safe now. And tell me if...
Il faut que j'aille dans la forteresse, ouais. C'est forteresse, après il faut peut-être revoir le... Ah, purée. Furine, je pense qu'il faudra avoir une Neuvillette et Furine après.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommends.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the...
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
On va pas refaire la visite du truc.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already... Miss Charlotte...
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed the boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated him. Still, if I might ask...
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get her...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile?
Il n'y a pas le choix. Il n'y a pas le choix. Foutu ascenseur. C'est une blague cet ascenseur. Il y a un ascenseur. Oui, oui, il y a un ascenseur. Il fonctionne une fois tous les 36 mois. YOLO! Maudit ascenseur. Ascenseur du Wish. What? Hein? Geronimo. Je vais mourir. Non mais non. Moi je crois que ça va être là. Bingo.
Julia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after
Et
working
JJ les
together.
développe.
Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Trick a friend.
C'est la tronche.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with...
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of every... Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your...
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and...
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring... Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to...
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't it...
I would agree, but I've also heard that... It seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding...
So there's some reason for this, though.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speak...
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Ah, c'est la mère. Enfin, c'est père, enfin, c'est leur mère. Enfin, ouais.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to...
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear...
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take...
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first... I guess this must be life. We will... Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in
Je
some
crois qu'on
other
a bientôt fini notre histoire.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neuvillettes doing?
Après, c'est là que j'ai plus de la peine, c'est pour maintenant Furina. Ok, elle est hyper égoïste, gros melon et tout. Mais au fait, au final, elle était... comment dire? Je trouvais qu'elle était pas tellement comprise. En fait, elle souffrait, quoi. Parce que les gens voyaient comme la déesse et tout le tralala. Et là, d'un coup, au final, voilà, elle passait pour une menteuse. Enfin, elle a été exécutée. Enfin, elle... Enfin, plutôt la divinité, en fait. Enfin, oh, comment je pourrais expliquer ça? Son autre partie. Ouais, bon, si on peut qualifier comme ça.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Enfin, on peut dire la moitié d'elle.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette? Paimon didn't think you were going to have...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind. All right, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? Velvet...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter...
Il faut color alors.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to but so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought to... In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Y a pas de souci. Combien vire?
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Ah,
But
franchement,
whether it be by sentiment
moi
or
j'adore.
reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster.
Mais là, c'est quand même. À la fin, elle est quand même triste. À la fin. Enfin,
As for the
à
judgment
la
passed by the
cinématique.
oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real hang on a second. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would
Paimon sorta gets it.
Et en plus, c'est une quête qui a pas mal de retournements de situation. Enfin, comme Lux est devenu le vrai roi en... C'est même pas vrai, il a retrouvé son full power. Tac tac tac, à propos de l'avenir.
Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro
Ah oui,
Archon and
ça
left
c'est vrai.
affairs related to that title to me. before leaving the opera house. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or trap. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take... But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Attends, maintenant au final.
What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do.
Attends, au final maintenant c'est lui le nouveau dieu là des eaux.
In a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its height. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the opera...
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city
En fait, je disais maintenant.
As I am now, I have full command over New Lucia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I
Alors en fait, la question c'est maintenant. Neviette, il est devenu l'archon Hydro maintenant. Parce que on n'a plus l'archon Hydro parce qu'elle s'est entre guillemets sacrifiée. Enfin, elle a accepté de mourir. Lui, il a retrouvé tous ses pouvoirs. Et Furina, elle est partie. Enfin, elle aurait, ce que j'ai compris à son texte, elle aurait démissionné.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now.
What complicated considerations?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hop.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is, as far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Donc ça serait Natlan, une nation de dragons.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of course. Natlan is also the nation of
Nation de
war.
guerre, faire
War
ravage sur la terre
ravages
de
those
plat.
lands like an undying
Donc ça
flame.
serait Pyro,
There is one other
Natlan.
piece of information I got
Et c'est une terre de
incidentally
dragons.
from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Capitano, ok.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got... When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intent. So regarding this specific issue, I was...
what is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Donc là ça va être compliqué.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason...
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just
Enfin, le
wasn't
troisième
that important for
descendant.
me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't...
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on.
The remains of the third so that's what the gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Attends, ils doivent pas révéler, ils doivent pas comment considérer.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but that means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities,
Moi je dis
indeed
une
come
chose,
from the third descender.
que
I wonder, does your body also
enfin,
possess similar
que
properties?
les éléments, parce que nous on n'utilise pas l'œil divin. Et je pense que là d'où on vient, que enfin là d'où on vient, enfin, le monde où c'est qu'on doit chercher notre sœur ou notre frère, qui veut dire une seule chose, qu'on sait maîtriser les 7 éléments. Sans œil divin, alors que les autres ils utilisent les œils divins.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same...
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's... I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, life flows like water, and rain. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Voilà, on a fini. Plus de quêtes d'histoire. Enfin, plus de quêtes... Bah... Enfin, quêtes d'histoire... Enfin, quêtes d'histoire principale. peur. Et en fait, comme je pensais, bah pour moi, enfin, je bégayais. La nouvelle île, enfin pas la nouvelle île, le nouveau lieu pour moi il va être ici, dans cette zone-là. Parce que ça serait un monde d'Aztèques et tout, parce que j'ai vu un peu. Et ça représente un peu les Aztèques et tout, les Incas. Et en fait, j'ai parlé avec une personne qui joue à Genshin et qu'on a discuté et qu'il a une théorie. Est-ce que j'arrive à aller là-bas? Hop, c'est où déjà le monde de la glace? Tac, 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 non, c'est pas là. Je crois que c'est là. Parce qu'après, au mois d'août, parce qu'on a la tsarine. Bon, enfin, quand je dis la glace, c'est. Attends, je vais te montrer où c'est. Et je vais te citer la personne en elle-même. Non, je crois que je. Ah, si, je suis quand même touché encore là. Tac, tac, tac. Comme ça, avant que j'aille manger. Et, j'en ai discuté avec une personne. Et la théorie, elle est très probable. Elle est où? Non, non, ah, dur. Vous pouvez me laisser. J'ai pas envie de mourir. S'il vous plaît. Hop. Toi tu meurs. Et toi tu meurs. Merci, au revoir. T'es sérieux? Il se fout de ma poire? Je viens de manger un gros glaçon. Vite, 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 vite. Du feu. Hop, maintenant par où il faut qu'on aille? Alors. Ensuite par là-bas. Hop. Qu'est-ce que c'est casse-pied ça? Alors. Ah oui. C'est comme ça. Non, je suis bête. Non, mais comment ça se fait que j'ai eu un boost? Hop. Donc, comment on fait maintenant pour aller là-haut? Il faut monter par là-bas? Ou pas? Ça c'est une bonne question. Là, ça m'a donné de passer au pot. Ah si. Ah c'est relou ça. Parce que j'ai vu qu'il faut que tu montes par là. Comment tu peux monter maintenant? Est-ce que c'est le point de TP? Parce qu'il y a un truc qui est intéressant. Je sais pas si on peut le voir. Depuis là-haut. Alors. Normalement il est désactivé. par là-bas.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Et en fait, cette personne m'a expliqué que où c'est l'objet, il est très probable. Ah, ça, je sais pas, ça c'était cool. Ça, c'est quoi ça? Que je aille de l'autre côté. Non.
Bet you can't keep up with me. I'll race you there.
On arrive à le voir là. Ou pas?
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Là, c'est pas vrai. Tac, 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 tac. C'est pas où qu'il faut. Ah oui, il faut qu'on monte par là-haut. Ah moi je joue Ember depuis depuis tout le début en fait si tu veux. Si tu veux savoir. Hop. Après ouais, t'as beaucoup de personnes qui disent qu'elle est pas... Enfin qu'il y aura toujours meilleur et tout. Et ça je suis d'accord qu'il y a meilleur. Mais personnellement, je l'utilise depuis le début. Je regrette pas. Hop. Voilà, on ne le voit pas encore là. Et là, je vais te montrer une théorie. Je vais te montrer en fait un dieu. Enfin là, il commence déjà à me casser la cacahuète. Bonjour, pouvez-vous me laisser en paix? Oh, tu commences à me saouler, là. Voilà. Oui, elle a plein de qualités. C'est surtout en plus, bah, moi j'aime bien jouer. Moi j'aime bien l'utiliser. C'est pas mal là. Ou pas. Ok.
These will come in handy.
Est-ce qu'on peut le voir ou non? Non, on le voit pas encore. Je vais essayer de me mettre en jour. Pour voir en fait si les nuages peuvent bouger. Hop. Ah ouais, c'est pas vraiment ouf.
I feel like running.
Oui, exact. Ah ouais, donc tu l'as vu aussi. Tu sais, là où on a la petite scène d'intro. Ah ouais, lui, c'est vrai qu'il est monté loin. Je crois que je suis pas passé dans le côté. Je sais pas si on le voit déjà depuis où je suis. Non. C'est pas celle-là. Ah mince, je me suis trompé de côté. Ouais, que tu montes tout là-haut et tout. Et en fait, c'est pas ça, c'est le truc de Jade. Je crois que ça c'est la forêt de Jade qu'on voit de loin. Là où j'ai lancé ma flèche. Mais là tu la vois très bien. Et en fait... Ah bah attends, non? Oui, c'est la chambre de Jade, c'est celle-là. Et en fait pour lui, et je peux même te citer la personne, c'est... Parce qu'il faut toujours citer d'où vient la théorie. Et on en a beaucoup discuté. Voilà. Et voilà, c'est cette personne-là. Il fait du Genshin et aussi de l'art et d'autres jeux et d'autres jeux. Et en fait, pour lui, ça serait l'île mince. L'île d'où on vient, enfin d'où est notre peuple, quoi. En fait, ça viendrait d'ici. Ça serait ici. Et pour lui, ça serait ça, en fait. Et, comme on a discuté, ça, est-ce que ça viendra en même temps que la tsarine? Parce qu'en fait, ce qu'il dit, c'est cohérent. Son discours est cohérent. Il dit que ça serait ici, dans cette zone-là. Et bon, après, pour moi, je vois ici la partie que ça va être la tsarine, où il y aura la tsarine, le monde de glace, enfin, parce qu'on peut pas tellement zoomer. Là, c'est la partie de feu. Ça va être ici le feu. Bah, au vu que c'est, pour lui, pour Ranulf, il disait, ça jouait. Que c'était à peu près là, cette zone-là. Comment on va faire? Ça, c'est le truc de Chad. Et l'autre, il devrait être ici. Je monte. C'est sûr que je vais pas avoir un coup de bol. Mais après, ouais, c'est une petite zone et tout, mais c'est possible. C'est possible ce qu'il a mentionné. Exact, c'est aussi ça en fait. Ah, il y a trop de brouillard aujourd'hui. Je vois si je peux augmenter le temps. Oui, après voilà, il y a aussi l'avènement de ça. Mais oui, si vous pouvez le voir. Normalement, c'est là-bas. Mais après, pour moi, c'est clair que ça va être dans cette zone-là. Mais après, ouais, parce qu'il y a cette zone, c'est... Pour moi, pour être la nouvelle map, non. C'est trop petit pour ça, pour que ce soit une nouvelle map. Ou alors... Ou alors ça peut être autre chose, mais bon, quoi, je sais pas. Bah, franchement, mon stat, moi je la vois plus sur l'île de la... Enfin... Ouais, en fait, mon stat, je vois pas trop après. Et merci beaucoup. Keshin le vagabond. Bienvenue à toi. Après, bon. Et bienvenue encore. Et encore merci pour le follow. Après, comme je disais, là, pour moi, ça va être la partie de la Russie. Parce que oui, leur monde à eux, c'est en lien aussi avec les pays qu'on a nous. Et où il y a la tsarine, pour moi, ce sera peut-être à la 6.0. Ça va être ici. L'autre partie, je pense que ça va être en lien, soit sera la 6.5 ou alors la 7.0. La dernière partie, quoi. ici, on aurait la partie du feu. Ce qui ça me paraît un peu plus cohérent. Mais après... Mais après, pour moi, enfin, après lui, il est allé de... Ah, purée, comment on appelle ça? De la montagne, où il a vu la montagne. Et après, il a suivi, en fait, le chemin. Et pour lui, ça allait plutôt de ce côté-là. Mais après, bon. Après, comme on sait comment Genshin, il peut élargir d'un coup les maps. Mais en fait, lui, il a fait un chemin, il a tiré tout droit. Et en fait, il a vu à peu près que ça pouvait correspondre. Voilà, et comme je dis, cette idée ne vient pas de moi. Moi, au début, je pensais que ça allait être la future map. Mais après réflexion, quand il m'a montré, ça pouvait correspondre à ce qu'il me disait. Mais bon, entre ce que font ce qu'on pense et ce que font les devs, c'est différent. Et désolé, on me parlait. Et voilà, pour moi, ça me paraît cohérent son idée. Mais après, bon, on connaît Genshin. What? Non, ça c'est les îles. Mais après, là c'est Fontaine là. Là-bas on voit Fontaine. Parce qu'il faut pas oublier que là, le monde où on vient, comment il s'appelle l'autre? En fait, on a notre peuple, hein. Ouais, il est cool, ce petit truc.
An answer from this world? I'll keep this close.
Ouais, parce que là-bas on a Fontaine. Donc ouais, je sais pas, ça me paraît un peu cohérent son discours et ses explications. Donc il faudra voir. Mais bon, c'est pas prêt pour être aujourd'hui. Et je pense que d'ici voilà, un an, parce qu'il nous sort vraiment une nouvelle map tous les ans en fait au final. Et je pense que ce sera d'ici un an. Parce qu'avant, on aura en août nouveau monde, qui sera la 5.0. Et après, on aura l'autre, qui sera bah, la partie de la glace de la tsarine. Parce que nous, on a eu que les échos bah, de l'archon de glace. Et on l'a toujours pas vu, donc. Donc, donc voilà. Voilà. Aujourd'hui, nous avons fini les parties de Genshin. Surtout bah, du personnage principal. On a encore les quêtes du monde. Ah oui, c'est vrai qu'il faut que je fasse mon truc là. Que je les récupère, mes clés. Ah, j'ai envie de faire la quête de Furina. Parce que voilà, c'est vraiment Furina, j'ai beaucoup aimé. Et voilà, celle-là, je la ferai, je pense, peut-être un autre moment, peut-être en live, je sais pas. Il y a encore beaucoup de choses à faire. Bon, moi j'ai fini ma partie, mon histoire. Je pense que que je vais développer mes persos. Et puis voilà. Ah oui, c'est vrai que j'ai ça encore. Voilà, moi sur ce, je vais arrêter le live. J'aurais fait presque 9 heures de live en tout. Bon, attendez, je vais vous laisser sur cette partie-là. C'est plus joli. Hop, non. Tac, tac, tac. Non, c'est pas le petit que je veux. Aïe, aïe, aïe. C'est quoi ça? Non. Voilà. Nous, on va s'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Je remercie encore de votre présence, aussi également de ceux qui sont venus sur le live, qui étaient en lurk. Je remercie encore Ace pour le raid, encore merci encore Célinette pour le raid, et encore merci pour Keshin le vagabond pour son follow. Moi je ne sais pas quand je vais reliver, parce que je vais travailler demain. Soit ce sera mardi ou mercredi, un des 2 jours. Je vais en fonction de la journée. Et puis voilà. Sur ce, je vous souhaite une bonne soirée, un bon lundi. Encore merci. Ah! Et en fait, oui. Et je vais juste répondre Célinette avant que je parte. Excuse-moi. Oui, il y a une histoire avec Paimon. Il y a une histoire parce que c'est assez chelou. Pour moi, Paimon, elle a quelque chose j'ai quelque chose en tête et je le dis clairement, et soit c'est la boss du jeu, mais alors comment elle a changé, je sais pas. Mais Paimon, c'est l'inconnu. Et soit c'est la partie entre guillemets gentille de la boss. Ça serait 2 faces, côté méchante, côté gentil. Mais peut-être. Et ça, je dis pas non. Hop, est-ce qu'il est encore en live pour que je le raid? Ouais, non. Il est en live. Voilà. Bon, maintenant, comme on a fini les parties de Genshin, ça a été un plaisir de faire un grand live sur ça. Et moi, je vais vous racheter une personne. Il fait du Project Zomboid. J'espère que ça vous plaira. Et moi, je vous dis bon appétit et bonne soirée. Sur ce, c'était Ice. À la prochaine. Bye bye.